Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, March the 25th. Yes, and yes, thank you, thank you. My name is Barry Henderson, moderator of your trading room. So let's take a look at what is happening this morning. So we're in for a bit of a down day to start off anyway. Let's see if it'll turn into my favorite day, but the SPY is gapped down a little bit. See what happens once the market starts. And okay, what is happening this morning? So IMMP, most of these have not retained the gap, but I'll mention them anyway. IMMP, at least I don't think they have. Yeah, I mean, look at this big gap up here, 419, back down to 323. IMMP had some news, I think. Yeah, lead candidate to be tested in combination, etc., etc. So there was some news. WKEY, so the bloom definitely seems to be off. By the way, yeah, I'll just go over what I did with this one. WKEY, so again, yeah, the bloom seems to be off these NFTs right now anyway. Most of them are all gapping down. Actually, did trade this one. If you're in the room yesterday, you know I was really interested in this one, excuse me, after hours. So I actually did, I had one trade, I lost a little, and then the second time I got in, made it back up and a little bit more. Just did not continue. You know, this really, this 2262, I think the high in the pre-market was right up here around 2240. When it took that out, I thought it might have been really going to roll. It just didn't do it. So anyway, that's it. That was my WKEY adventure after hours yesterday. CIDM, this was active yesterday. It did pop up again this morning. Let's see if it's still holding. Not really. Again, this is for me now definitely a fade market. Fading tops. It's still up 16%, but look what it did yesterday. Got up to 222 and it went all the way back down to 160. That's a big percentage drop. DLPN, this is now... Yeah, there were some shorts available this morning for DLPN for me. I didn't take it, but this is, again, one of the NFTs. Wouldn't surprise me if it challenged that $9 level or a $10 level. VUZI, no real news on it. The reason I'm taking a look at it, underneath that hole number 22, as a short, of course, and I mean the next low is, well, I guess the next low right there is, the next low is right here at 2060. So that's about $1. And if it cracked that, then the next lows are down right here, 1780. So again, just have to wait for the market to open. Yeah, CYTH next on my list, or actually a little bit further down, but I'll talk about CYTH. Is it holding its gap? Yeah, I mean, it got up to 1428, pulled all the way back down to 1213, starting to climb a little bit again. It's a low float, 3.7 million in the float. Surges on promising early stage, so whatever drug they've got. So that is the news for CYTH. I'm skeptical of these now, that they're going to somehow, once the market opens, keep running. No, I did not look at HPR or MOF. Yeah, relative volume is included in the criteria. Yeah, that's right. That is right. You will get nothing from my watch list or from my layout until the market opens. Bitcoin in disarray, also Riot, and I saw Riot as still hanging or still moving down. Riot and Mara, of course, GBTC, I'm sure is moving down. GBTC, yeah, GBTC. So Bitcoin moving down. Nike, if you're into the more expensive ones, NKE, I noticed was gapping down 5%. More importantly, I mean, look at the level it's taking out. The next low is looking left around 120 and then 117. So again, if you trade the more expensive ones, Nike definitely is weak. Rite Aid, man, Rite Aid got blasted after hours yesterday, and I think it's continuing down. Yeah, look at this. This is that mauve area right here. It's after hours action. Now it's popped a little bit, but it's still, excuse me, still a big gap down 16%. Basically, I guess they released, their official release is April 15th, but they're guiding poorly right now. Updated outlook is bleak for them, so that is Rite Aid. Now, Rite Aid looks like there could be some support in this area, but again, have to wait and see once the market opens. Yeah, Sino from Real Scan was awesome. If you have Real Scan, I actually did. Now, I took this one not because of the setup so much, because in theory I should have waited for this break right there on that 2-minute candle. But you know me, I love those whole numbers. So I thought, you know what? The worst I'm going to be able to, worst that's going to happen to me is I got stopped out for about 15 cents. So I was able to actually short this one at 8.85, and what a drop almost immediately. You know, I mean, it's just you know, yesterday they were I guess we have to call the NFTs. They're part of the crypto universe, but they said that they have bought a blockchain for $5 million in stock. So that popped it up, and now it's down. Mavis, MVIS. Okay, down 6%. I don't see any specific news on it. I mean, they had some news after hours, announces the retirement of a board member. So I can't see that being the major reason, other than just the overall market being down. Has some support, you would think, around 12 maybe. The whole number, and maybe if it took out 12 down here around 1160. Yeah, I don't know if you just showed up, William. I actually traded WKEY after hours yesterday. My first attempt on the break over 20, I lost a little, and then the second attempt was doing really well. I did actually pretty good. Pretty well, thinking, and especially right there, I thought, remember, this was a green bar right here. I thought, okay, we're away to the races, but it just didn't happen. So, you know, I didn't make that much, but certainly covered my initial loss and then made it up on this move here. I was really hoping it would just keep continuing, maybe add on $2, $3, $4, $5. Okay, you've got them? Okay. Alan. So I actually emailed you also. All right. Well, I don't know. My watch list itself probably has the fewest symbols since I've been doing this. This is the watch list I'm talking about. So I have no idea what we're going to get. If the market continues weak, you know, the option scanner, again, we might get some alerts. I just don't see a big trend though in them. So that'll be the issue. Super rico. Okay. Little super rich. Why didn't APOP make my list? I mean, I do see it. Obviously, I do see it. I know it's up 52%. I just forgot to add it there. Actually, this is one that I was looking at shorting from real stops. But yeah, I mean, you're right. It's up. I mean, it hit a 785 after hours. It's in my watch list. The other thing, guys, what I'm trying to do a little bit, because it's really difficult for me to, do a lot of trading while the market's open. I'm trying to concentrate a little bit on some pre-market trades for myself. So, I'm definitely going to miss some things. All right, let me just do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. See how active they are. Wow, hardly anything on the upgrades and very few downgrades. So let's just check some of them out. Just a few more to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I've got the downgrades in now. And very few. That's it, just 3. Yeah, gold. Well, I have Goldman. Actually, I have Goldman downgrading EHTH. So not upgrading. I have Goldman upgrading Cisco and downgrading EHTH. Okay, Macy's, guys, it continues down here and it's just below. I was thinking maybe 15 might hold it, but it still looks really bleak for Macy's. I'm sure the retail sector is just getting hammered again. XRT, I'm just looking at the ETF for the retail sector. I mean, there's no volume yet, but right here. Okay, Jane, so here's the halt resumes. Okay, and all you have to do is go to my homepage. Okay, click on the tab that says Barry's homepage. And once you do that, go to the scans section right here. And when you click here, one of the scans I'm sharing, halts resumes. Okay? HPR, okay, let me just take a look at HPR. Yeah, it's still halted, yeah. Ugly. Hopefully, I remember this one had this big pop yesterday afternoon. So I can't interpret, I'm just looking here, it's not anything, it just says halted for me at IB. And just taking a look here, look at all the gap downs this morning. Almost can't cover them all. Yeah, there's wow. So this is this is the day, guys. Here are the gap ups. You know, modest list. Look at this list of the gap downs. And these are all individual stocks, okay? These are not repeating. So I mean, these are individual stocks that are gapping down right now. And, you know, meeting my filter requirements. So this is the type of day we might be in for. Now, it could be a great recovery day. We don't know. Could be Neil. It could be my favorite day. Yes. I would be really paying attention to the gap continuation or reverse scan if you don't have it. Again, one of the ones that I'm sharing. Especially looking for ones that gap up and then reverse. If the market continues like that, so we might get some stocks that gap up immediately and then start fading with the market. So I would have this one up and running if you can. Again, one of the scans I'm sharing. Again, this is a multi-strategy window. So here are the four strategies. So the gap up and go means the stock gapped up and it kept going higher. It's not going to happen all day necessarily, but that's the initial reaction. This is what I'm talking about, the gap up and reverse. Especially if we have a day when the market starts flat or down and continues down for a while, we should see a lot of gap up, stocks that are gapped up, and then start to reverse. And then, of course, the gap down and reverse is just the reverse of the gap up and reverse. And then we're probably going to see quite a few gap down and goes, stocks that gap down and kept going down. So this is the multi-strategy window available from my from one of the scans that I'm sharing. And as I said before, I have no idea. There's very few stocks that made it into my watch list. So I have no idea how many we're going to get actually triggering from the watch list today. But if you want to follow along, this is watch list up and down, repeating. So what happens here is that nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That is on purpose. Like to delay the alerts, see if things settle down a little bit. And you can access these three windows if you click on new and then channel bar and then my watch list, Barry's watch list right here. Remember, everything in here is a layout. So before you click on anything from the toolbar or from the channel bar, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. Just go to click on my homepage tab. Hopefully you can see it. If you can see my screen, the homepage tab, click on that. And once you do that, go to the scan section. Okay, right here. And that's the one I just displayed. Gap continuation or reverse, okay? All right, 9:24. Just a moment, please. Yeah, no, sorry, I just have to step away for a moment there, so I'm back. All right, Ija, I know CIDM was active yesterday, of course, got all the way up to 221, sold off down to 160. It is up again, but cannot maintain. That's the big thing, especially in this market. It's not a low float either. 128 million in the float. It's already traded 15 million, so it's a lot of volume. But there is 128 million in the float, so it will take something to move it. However, if it can gain some traction today, you know, yesterday's high again was probably about 220, and then the month before that was 230, and a few months ago was 245. I mean, it clears all this area. Look out! I mean, then you look left, and you've got a lot of void gap. All right, guys, I'm going to get rid of these two, prepare myself for the open. Okay, so that reversal scan is not there. That is reals. I'll pop it in, okay? Oh, now what are you talking about? Are you talking about this? Are you talking about this, the gap continuation or reverse? That's what it is. Okay, yeah, well that's what it's called, okay? There are 4 strategies in here, as I said. So the one that might gap up and reverse, okay, that might be the one. We don't know. I mean, until the market opens, we won't know. I mean, the market could rally all day and, you know, that sort of a scan. Then the gap down and reverse might be better. But, you know, we don't know until the market opens. All right, guys, just rearranging things on my other monitors, making sure that I've prepared for this open. It's a multi-strategy window, yes. Excuse me. You know, if you wanted to break out just that one, you could. You know how to do that. All right, everybody. Well, we're going to open in 5 seconds. So let's have a great trading day today, everybody. You know, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Let things settle down a little bit. I'm not anxious to get into anything. Oops. So here's an example, as you know, at the open of a gap down and go. SKLZ gap down, gap down, and is moving further down. All right, APOP is not doing badly. I mean, it's, you know, but it did pop up to 631 and it's pulled right back down. Again, it's early. A lot of volume coming in. It is a merger. But again, it is early. It is early. All right, so on the open, we have, of course, the SPY is down, the Dow is down, and Tech is down. So all three are down. We do not have a disconnect going yet. This is a gap down and go. This is an all-time low now for AMWL. AMWL, all-time low. Gap down and keep going down. So actually, you see what's happening. We're seeing a few gap down and reverses actually. So there's Tiger, but it's early. This is early, early, early. Yeah, look at AFA. I mean, these are all still down for the day, APHA, but a gap down and trying to reverse. But again, I don't nag at you guys, but it's early. Fuel cell, the same thing, gap down, reversing. Ah, okay. So this took GIGM. It took this because I guess I was demonstrating how you can take a trade on a pullback yesterday, and I left it in there obviously, and so it took the trade right here. I just flattened it, got out of the trade. This is in the simulator, which I'll be going over a little bit later on. So again, I have a sound alert on it. If you've loaded it, it probably says, I don't know what it says. Mine says, oh man, oh man, oh man. So it might drive you nuts for a while. You can always disable, you can just go to properties, click on actions and uncheck it if it drives you nuts. It'll settle down later on. Guys, Macy's under 15. Ooh, boy, this looks kind of ripe for a short. Shorts available? Yes, they are at Interactive Brokers. Take a look at OI. Look at the two highs right here, looking left on the daily chart. Few days ago, a couple of weeks ago maybe, 1321. Look where it is, 1305. I mean, if it pops through there, fine, but if it stalls there, just over the whole number right now, OI. Actually, quite a few gap down and reverses. Boy, keep an eye on OI. I mean, I know I don't like the trade so early, but this really, look at this bottoming tail down here. Okay, you're making me look at Kodak. Yeah, okay. Well, if it breaks out of this 850 level, maybe. See, remember this? Skills, I mentioned, was a gap down and kept going down. Now it's reversing. That's why, trading in the first 15 minutes can be, if you catch the right one, sure, it's great. I've just found, though, that it can be very frustrating to try to trade in the first 15 minutes. Canada Goose, let's take a look. I'm sure it's being destroyed. Not destroyed, but okay, just a minute, please. Guys, I'm just really watching this OI to see if it holds over this 13. Watching OI, guys. No, what he's saying is CERT is going up so rapidly that this is an area where it could get halted. That's all. He's not saying it is halted. Well, we're getting a lot of gap down and reverses just because the market is putting a little bit of a green bar to start. All right, somebody asked me about GME. Well, there's your answer so far. So CERT is a gap up and go. So this is a gap up and it's continuing to go. And I guess HPR opened. Now it's been halted again. Yeah, a lot of gap down and reverses. A lot of gap down and reverses. Well, these are the same symbols. So there's open, AMTX, even RAD, RAD. But again, it's early. We're only 10 minutes into the market. Okay, guys, well, I'm in this OI short. Put a whole number stop on it. So let's see if it moves down from here. Yeah, APOP is definitely. I mean, it had a big drop. There's the after hours high. The news hit after hours yesterday, so it got up to seven something, 789 or so. Low float, 3.5 million in the float. Look at that, 38 million have traded already. It's only 3,300 times normal. A lot of reversals, guys. Lot of gap down and reverse today so far. Let's take a look at the market. This is so look at tech. Tech is making a bit of a comeback. Dow is still down. SPY is crawling back, but the tech was down quite a bit more. Take a look at the Qs. So let's see some of the technology plays. Now look at the pop. Yeah, look at that pop. That opening 15-minute candle. Another 3 minutes for it to close. Okay, a little bit more of a move down for OI. Yeah, a little bit of a pop for WKEY, and a pop for TCAT, and a pop for DLPN. So some of the NFTs are starting to move a little bit here. Still have my doubts. I mean, we're still very negative. But look at TCAT. I got to admit, TCAT is putting in a big move. It's actually just gone positive. Just went positive. So TCAT could be the one today. It kind of got sloughed aside for DLPN and WKEY the last 2 days. But maybe it's going to charge again. Keep an eye on that rat, guys. Taking out 19, maybe the next low looking left. It's got a little bit of room. I think the next low looking left on the daily chart is around 18, so it's got some room. Okay. All right, give me one more little leg down for OI. And we have a resume now for HPR. Good morning, Dev. And that got halted again. HPR just got halted again. This time on the way up. kind of waiting on this OI, guys, see if it gets into the 70s. If not, I'll just probably cover it, take a kind of a look at TCAT. Wow, TCAT. TCAT on the move. Excuse me, TCAT definitely on the move here, regaining its luster. So what the high yesterday was almost 50, about 49.06, I guess. Okay, so these are starting to move now. Look at DLPN, these NFTs, DLPN. But TCAT definitely leading the way. I mean, DLPN is still really negative. So TCAT is definitely leading the charge here. Yeah, not shortable for me. I can't remember if there were shorts available earlier for TCAT, but not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Keep an eye on that Rite Aid, guys. The longer it holds under 19, RAD, it is an AI alert. I don't mind talking about it. It is an AI alert. All right, guys, I have covered my OI for minor gain, about 10 cents. I'm going to take a look at it again if it gets into the 70s. So I should have covered it down here, but I got a little bit greedy, so I'm going to stick an alert, 1275. See if it takes that out later on. Keep an eye on Rite Aid, guys. It looks real. It has room down to 18. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it definitely has room down to 18. When you look at the daily chart. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's right there. Yes. I think that low right there is 1805. A pop drop now. All right, guys, Rite Aid. And if you've been in the room long enough, these are my favorite ones, under $20 from the AI. So I waited on a 19 break for Rite Aid. I didn't take it. Well, there was the entry 1901 from the AI. I waited a little bit just to see if it was going to take out 19. It did. I've taken some out. I think that 18 might hold it. Looking right there, 18 might hold it. But again, there is news on this one, okay? They revised their outlook. They do release on the 15th of April. They've revised their outlook, and they're guiding poorly right now. So that is the reason. I mean, look what happened after hours. Now, meanwhile, so this is a buyout, but I think it's a stock HW. I want to make sure about that HWCC. I think it's a 530 buyout, but it's a stock. It's a sort of an all stock transaction, I believe. Let me just see. It says for 530 a share. Oh, it's an all cash transaction. Sorry, it is a cash transaction, so it's not tied to the stock. So the fact that it's over 530 is kind of interesting. Oh, I didn't even realize it. So that came in my unusually strong options. The HWCC came in here at 545. I don't know. Maybe there's a competing bid coming in, but if it's an all cash at 530, it's interesting that it's trading above it. All right, OI now is actually, so I'm glad I covered it. Looks like it might, there are the areas right there for OI. So what I'm going to do is stick an alert around 1318 or so, see if it can get up to that level. Because if it can, it's got a shot into this area here. And that's for the OI. So far, the NFTs, short-lived pop. Look at TCAT. That's a big drop. Big drop from 40, 43, $44 down to 40, 10%. All right, so RAD for me, I'm out of it now, but I will look at it again. Got all the way down, man. I got all the way down to 1835. All right, now we're starting to get the oranges and the yellows from this scan here. Oranges and yellows meaning stocks that are going down. Okay, this is more. Look at this one, SSNT. Look at this. It hit what 916 in the pre-market or 919 the pre-market. And now it's basically flat. Would not surprise me if it went negative. I don't know if there's any news. Okay, so it looks like they've reported, well, according to our data provider, they were supposed to report on the 1st. It looks like they've reported already. And so the initial reaction was awesome. I mean, look at this. And then reality sets in, and we've just about gone negative now for SSNT. Not shortable for me. That's right. I remember seeing this in the pre-market thinking, wow. So all these topping tails, thought, man, that looks like a great looking short. But it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers anyway. I mean, TCAT is right back up again, but you know, to trade that one, you've got to take fewer shares, you know, wider stops, fewer shares, wider stops. Otherwise, you'll just get stopped out all over the place if you wanted to trade it. I'm not suggesting you trade it. I'm just saying it's the only way. It's the only one. I mean, it's the only one I think that's positive today in that sector. I think. Now look at Rite Aid, man, right back up. Tough trading, guys. Tough trading. Exactly. SPY is choppy. Tough to get a really good established trend. I'm not saying there's not one. Another one, another gap down and reverse. China stock. YSG. Exactly, PJ. You can't do it. All right, guys. Well, for those of you who follow, we've got a little boom for GME. For those of you who follow this, he done call. Boy, look! I mean, look how choppy Rad is. Again, this is very choppy. I mean, look at this. It popped all the way up to 1914. You know, these are 2-minute charts. You know, and right back down. Look at this high flyer. I remember, guys, I mean, look at this. High flyer, CYTH, 1422, crushed once the market opened. Interesting. Nothing coming in the basic new highs. Nothing yet. Now look at the market. Okay, now the market's putting in a nice green bar. Now we might see that some of these gap down and reverses will start to, depending how long this lasts. The gap down and reverse, if the market reverses like this, we had a halt for TAOP, and now now it's resuming TAOP. And the NAS just went positive. Well, I completely missed this one. Look at this, 334. So there was the alert for IMMP 334. What did it do? Man, it got all the way up to almost $4. That's a great alert. It pulled back, but there's the candle. You can see there's the blue arrow. So there's the candle that happened on the 2-minute chart, on the 15 and the 5. So you can see what it did right after. That's a great alert, 334 all the way up to 4. Yeah, look at this. A lot of gap down and reverses, guys. Tiger was a gap down and now reversing. It's not quite, and actually it has earnings. March 26th pre-market. Okay, so that was yesterday, before the market opened yesterday. That was for Tiger, TIGR. My options. This one right there, moving higher with unusually strong options. One of the scans I'm sharing. If you go to my homepage, go to the scan section, Jack. Only one alert from it so far. So I just put my homepage link in there, Jack, so you can take a look at it. Just go to the scan section, and it's called, the scan itself is called moving higher with unusually strong option activity. Yeah, these are very choppy. Is it 26 tomorrow? God. You're right. March 26th pre-market. So, okay. So they release tomorrow. Sorry about that. They release tomorrow before the market opens. So maybe this is in anticipation. Of course, again, a lot of the China stocks getting beaten up with this. I mean, this has been ongoing, you know, the accounting procedures and all. So it's ongoing. And HPR just resumed. Yeah, Lily, as far as I know, there are some platforms that can actually indicate an area that, you know, that if a stock got to in that time period, that it could halt there. That's all. Like, don't dwell on it so much. Okay. Man, CYTH is okay. Oi, getting into a really interesting area here now. Potential long starts to fill in this void here. Wow, look at this. The first alert happened here. Oh, 10:51, 9:36 in the basic new lows. Doggone, that was shortable too. I mean, this is just absolutely getting not quite cut in half. Wouldn't surprise me if it did. It got up to 14.24 in the pre-market. That is CYTH. Lily, all he said was there's a zone approaching, okay? Just kind of relax. That's all he said. Is that what it is, Casa? Okay. Rad is all the way back down again. This was a tough hold for me. Thank you, Flying Monkey. I knew there was some platform out there that can you know, indicate possibly. Okay, that's all we're talking about. Possibly. Wow, this one is just ripping here. So YSG, the next high looking left is 1310. Look, great move by the SPY. Again, yeah, this could turn into my favorite day. Now, Rad is, I'm ticked off. I wanted this straight move down. You know, on it got me out on that 2 minute. Yeah, it does. I mean, there's the level right there. There's the next high looking left was 1321. The next high was 1318. It's clearing that. The next high is 1342. I mean, it has a shot to get into this 14 area. and that's the OI. Disregard a grumpy flying monkey. Disregard him. All right, guys. PRTA may be setting up for a potential short. It's not a. What's the high over here? 27.20 is the high over here. So that. What did I get to this morning? 27.03. I'm too late. I'm just too late. I mean, this is just getting, again, the next low looking left is around 860, 866, 879 for 4 CYTH. So much for that news. PRQR, guys, on the move here. PRQR on the move. Next high looking left is 638. Nope. The next high looking left is $7. So it's very close to that $7. If it can take out $7, the next high is 754 on the weekly chart. Yeah, some of those are SPACs, all right, Rob? The ones ending in U. Yeah, I don't even look at them anymore. There's just too many. Well, guys, listen, if RAD takes out 18, I mean, they're 1794. Sorry, 1805 is the next low looking left. After that, I mean, it's got a shot all the way down that 15 level. Well, first one finally showing up in the basic new highs. First one after almost 45 minutes of the market being open. And okay, guys, so that first 30 minutes of the market moving up, that might be over, or 45 minutes, I guess. We have a red bar now, so be careful on your longs. We might start to get some of these gap down and reverses. I'm sorry, gap up and reverses. Yeah, I missed this PRTA by about 5 cents. Just as I was talking about it, I was just saying this looks like a ripe for a short. This coming from Real Scan, and ripe for a short. And then this happened, and I just didn't get it. Couldn't get it. Well, choppy market. It's tough. It's tough. I mean, I don't care. AI is. I mean, the RAD is okay, but you know, it chopped up and down. The other ones I haven't even looked at. There it goes, guys. OI. There it goes. Next high looking left, 1342. Definitely no trend whatsoever for these for the NFTs. Zip. Gap up and go. Gap up and go. OI. Just has to take that out, that 1342, and we might have a run right up to that, what is it, 1382? That's the next high looking left. What's the high? The high of that one is around 764, 748. The high this week. This was on, I guess, on what are we, Thursday now? So that was on Monday. It takes that out. I mean, look at this over here, 770. You know, it clears this 770 level. I mean, look out for the CGIX. You know, going forward. I'm not saying it's going to happen today, but going forward, look at the void action. Oi! Look at this one going. Sorry, in the background, something happened. Look at the void right there, 1342. So again, hard to believe I shorted this one. I mean, you know, made about a dime on it early for the OI, and then it just completely reversed. All right, guys, PRQR now over 7. Chasing, though. They're in chase mode right now. Look at that 15-minute chart. But, I mean, that was the next high looking left. I mean, now on the weekly chart, 754. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Just take a look left, though. check those next highs looking left. Well, if this IMMP, what did it get up to? 410? It takes that out again. I mean, look at this. I mean, it's got a ton of room. $8 for the IMMP. It's actually not a super low float, but it's trading 393 times normal, 54 million shares. This will easily trade the float today. So I'm sticking an alert up here. These are the pre-market highs, 420. I'm going to stick an alert there, see if it takes out the pre-market high. And that is for the IMMP. The only thing that is triggered from my watch list today. However, look at the 5-minute chart. Look at all these topping tails. The buyers have been trying. Sellers have been knocking it down, though. All right, so you can't hear me. Yeah, you guys were talking about rail. So the next high looking left on the monthly is 456. It's almost there. If it can crack that, has a shot to get to 5. I think there's a lot of resistance around 5, and it just took out that high of last month for rail. Look at rail. Wow. I mean, this maybe it'll take out 5 like that. It is on the move here, rail. Well, rail is just, let's see if it takes out 5. I mean, if it takes out 5, the next area, 567 on the monthly chart. All right, guys, it is now 10:26. An interesting morning, to say the least. So, if you're new to Trade ID, or you're new to this trading room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday. Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen, live on the mic. And what I'm going to do right now is go over all of the information that you can find from my homepage. Okay, so there's my homepage tab. I popped that link into the YouTube room, but here's my homepage tab right here. So if you click on that, this is what you're going to see. So here is the promo code you can use. You want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can use a promo code Barry4Alpha for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. So click on Get Trade Ideas. Show you how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly, and a monthly for the premium and standard. So the annual premium would be $22.68 a year minus the 15%. The main reason people will take our premium service usually is to take a look at the AI. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason. I'm going to go over the AI in a bit. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. You do not have to take out an annual subscription. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. Standard and premium, here they are. $118 less the 15%, $228 less the 15% for the first month only, okay? So just understand that if you take out a monthly subscription, you'll get a discount for the first month only, and then it'll go back to these prices. Now, PRQR, yeah. Well, $6.69, I know other people have alerted it. This is definitely a nice trend today for PRQR. Trade of the week, which did not trigger this week. It was Macy's, did not trigger, but it gets sent to your email before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a little recap. It's not a recap anymore. I just take a look at a stock, highlight it, send it out. Here are all my scans that I'm sharing, including my layout. So this is the layout that I'm sharing on the screen, and that's the same layout right here. And remember, because it is a layout, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first before you load my layout if you want to. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. But I'm sharing a lot of other scans. So if you don't want my entire layout, maybe you have your own. You want to kind of pick and choose some of these, including the moving higher with unusually strong options. Ooh, I see even now it's going to be really extended, but I see the PRQR even showed up here. Don't get too many alerts from that. That's the way I like it. I get this question quite a bit too. These are the 4 scans that I use in the pre-market. The gap up, gap down, and the pre-market actives up and down. These 4 scans I use in the pre-market. I mean, look, these are top lists, the pre-market. This is going to give you a more complete list. You're kind of, the gap up and down are fine, but you're going to have some filters in place. And because I see a lot of emails coming in, how come this didn't show up on my gap up or down? Typically, it's because of a filter maybe that you've got, or not understanding that a stock has to make a new high. There are a lot of other reasons. Here, I guarantee you'll see every stock that you want to see. And these are the 2 top lists, the actives up and the actives down. This is a big education link. This is a section for education. Click here. And the first one you see is the 20 lessons. It will not take you 20 days. But I want to pop this into the room here. The 20 short lessons. So there is no trial, Turner. You have to have a subscription. What you can do, you can take out a subscription, and if you don't like it, within 5 days, we'll give you your money back. Okay? So I'll just give you this. There are no free trials anymore, or demos. Okay? So getting back to the 20 short lessons. So when you click on that, this is what you're going to see. If you're new to Trade Ideas, this is the first thing you should do before you do anything else. You should take a look at these lessons. What is a top list, building one, what's an alert window, creating one. All the basic features easily explained. If you don't have Trade Ideas, you can do the same thing. So just to give you an idea about what you can do with Trade Ideas. Wow. Yeah, PRQR just sensational now. Okay, let me explain again for those of you who are new, maybe first time in the room, maybe you've never heard of Trade Ideas before, don't quite understand what it is. What Trade Ideas is, we are a scanner. And you can build your own scans. I'm sharing a lot of scans. You can build your own, of course. If you from our toolbar, if you click on New and Channel Bar, these are all scans. These are all layouts that we have created, different themes. So at the beginning, you don't have to know how to build anything. You can take my scans, or you can look at the channel bar. Meanwhile, PRQR, even in theory, a little bit late from the option scan. Look at that, 766. And the reason why it was, well, I'll call it late, is that I have a minimum, I'll go over this. I have a minimum number of options that have to be traded. And that was 2,000. And so I think what happened is it didn't hit 2,000 until 766. Now it's at 3,000. And now look at it. No, you don't have to. No, Brian, you can take a look at that. You don't have to be a member to take a look at the 20 lessons. Well, this is definitely your alpha stock. Now, this could become, is it shortable? It is shortable. I mean, at some point, this is going to turn into a nice short. So that's what we are. Trade Ideas is we are a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. That's a question we get a lot. I've got this broker. Can I use your product? We're a scanner. So it doesn't matter who your broker is. So what you can do, for instance, this is a very easy little scan that I have. It's called the Basic New Highs and Lows. So all I did was, I created a price range that I like to see. And by the way, if you decide you want this scan, you of course can modify it. So if you have a different price range that you'd like to look at, you just change the price range. Okay, you can change any one of the filters. But let me just take a look at the filters again. So these are the filters that I've put in place. Current volume is 4, means it's trading at least 4 times normal, 400,000 share minimum, etc. So if a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That is why these stocks have shown up here. Okay? Well, you can't chase it now, Merkel. Yeah, and Merkel. I mean, you're in chase mode. There were people talking about it early. Right there. Look at that on the 2-minute chart. It was consolidating a little bit. You could have taken it there. You could have taken it here. A little consolidation. But now you're in chase mode. But look at it now. Remember, I just saying it's going to turn into a great short. I mean, it's hard to completely guess the top, but that's a very parabolic move, and also kind of coming into a whole number. So, are you talking about on a chart? So all I have to do is left click on the chart. Left click on the chart. And then just start typing. You left click on the chart just to let Trade Ideas knows that that's the chart you're in. So left click and just start typing, and that box should pop up, the change symbol. Click on change, or you can hit enter on your keyboard. So again, left click, just start to type, and then enter on your keyboard, and that'll change the symbol. Okay? Well, I wouldn't use a 1-minute chart, but I mean, listen, you can do it, but look at the market, guys. So we had a little 45-minute run, but now we've got a 30-minute down turn. So watch your longs. unless it's, something that is really trading completely on its own, like PRQR, for a while. All right, so that is what Trade Ideas is. We are a scanner. So what we did as a company, we said, you know what, instead of forcing people to learn a programming language, we said, well, let's create a lot of different alerts. These are all the alerts. We see these icons. These are all the alerts. And if I scroll down, these icons, these are the filters. So I would say for the vast majority of our customers, we have created enough alerts and filters that you can combine them in a way to see the scans that you want to see. Okay? So we don't force you to learn a programming language. Just give me one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Now, just want to go over the AI a little bit. And so what we have 50 baseline, or sorry, about 70 baseline strategies. And what happens is once the market closes, the AI gets to work with an optimization routine for the 50 base, or keep saying 50, the 70 baseline strategies. That's what happened last night. And of those strategies, these are the ones that made the cut. Okay, these are the strategies that made the cut. I wouldn't concern myself on the differences between Grail 2.0 and Neo, or even the strategies themselves, to be honest. All I would do is take a look from here, click on from the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And this is the window you'll see. And the alerts will come in. You trade them as you see fit. We had one good one, certainly with RAD. But it's an all-day thing. It's like a watch list. You have an entry. You don't have to do it right at the entry. You have a stop, and you basically manage the trades as you see fit. Okay, there's no video on how to use it. People will use it in different ways. I typically use it like a watch list. Now I want to talk about this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. Guys, I know some of you are following the GME, and it's been kind of wild and woolly. So this window that you see here is called Brokerage Plus, and it's only accessible if you're using our app. If you're using a web-based version, it's not available. And you can see the option right up here, Brokerage Plus. We have two right underneath, live and simulated, okay? I'm going to talk a little bit about the live. I'm going to pop this link to a video, a 27-minute long video. If you're going to be serious about this, watch the video. When I say serious, if you want to take this window, use this window, and if you have an interactive broker's account, you can use this window to actually trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? Okay, so JB, kind of not good maybe to talk about something else in a Trade Ideas room, okay? Yeah, I mean, so again, if you want to trade from within Trade Ideas and you have an interactive broker's account, you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus. So why would you want to be able to do that? Well, okay, you can do interesting things. I mean, this is I always say it like this, it's more pleasing aesthetically, than trading from within IB. And I mean, there's nothing wrong from trading from within IB. That's what I do. But, this is a cleaner look. But there are other reasons, of course. So for instance, if I click on an alert, IMMP, I check the chart out, and I think, yes, I'd like to trade it. I can go back and I hover over, and you see how this box pops up? So if you watch that video, it'll show you how you can create your own selections. And these are just options that I can click on how I want to trade. Okay, you don't have to do this, but I mean, this is just something you can do. Just options how you can trade. Again, I'm not trading options, just this is what we call one-click trading. So again, just pick how you want to trade it, click on it, now you're trading it. These are hotkeys. Notice this morning, this was a trade that was taken. It was on a pullback. I left it in overnight, so it actually executed the trade. And I got out of the trade, which is a good thing. It's 86 cents underneath, okay? And all I did was I highlight it, and flatten gets you out of a trade. Half gets out of half your trade, or you can double your trade. All right? Or, of course, you could have picked the number of shares you want to get out at. And I'm going to go over this because this is now, the next section is in the simulator. So I've run over, if you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to trade using Brokerage Plus, you can do so. But watch the video. The next big use of Brokerage Plus is as a simulator. If you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, practice trading. Now look at RAD now. RAD, if it takes out 18, this could just continue down. There's not a lot of support. So again, this is a little bit choppy at the beginning, but there's an AI alert, 1901, 1808 now. If you use it as a watch list, check it out all day long. You might get different setups during the day. Unfortunately, I'm not back in the RAD. I was early. Wow, look at rail. Wow, this has just absolutely exploded through that 5 mark. That did not hold it at all. Very interesting. All right, so as a simulator, so you click on simulation, okay? Just click on the sim, and now you're in paper trading mode, simulation mode, paper trading mode. Very easy to do. You just click on an alert. The symbol will show up. Pick how many shares, pick the price you want to buy or short at, okay? And then you're away. Now, what I want to do is I want to show you how you can do something on a pullback. Rail is probably a great one. Right now you're in chase mode, of course. Let's just say we wanted to take rail though, but it just got halted, in fact. Rail just got halted. So let's do another one. Take the OI. Say you wanted to take this on a pullback to, I don't know, 1325. Right down here. Okay, so you pick how many shares you want to do that at. And what did I say, 1325? RAD taking out 18 could be really set it going down. So I'm going to put 1325, both boxes. Okay. Okay, 1325, both boxes for OI. So if I want to take this, if it happened to pull back, I click buy, and you'll see right there, nice big blue line. Right there, big blue line on the chart, 1325. So if OI comes back down to 1325, it'll take the trade. So that's how you can do something. A lot of you like to play maybe a pullback to a certain level. That's how you can do it. Also done it the reverse. If I'd said, well, what if it takes out the high right there, 1367? I'd like to take that trade. So you would have just put 1367 in both boxes, click the buy, and you would have seen a blue line on top. Okay, so a couple of ways you can do that. Now, everything I'm doing right now is all part of our standard service. I should always point out also that it's using our real-time data. It doesn't matter who your broker is, it's using our real-time data. Okay, so that's why you can practice until you commit money to the market, practice trading. Now let's take a trade, just to show you, the concept of when you take a trade. You know what? Unfortunately, they're not all going to work. So you have to have a price where you're going to get out of this trade, out of the trade. They're not all going to work. So you have to have a stop, and that's a price in which you're going to get out. Now, how you determine that price is only going to start coming with experience. You heard me talking about maybe areas on the chart that look like a support area. And so you look at the chart and you say, well, okay, that looks like a support area. So if it broke down through that, I should be out of the trade, as an example. But, that's only going to come with experience. It's going to be hard at the beginning, just kind of size up by looking at a chart where a support area might be, or another area where you should get out of the trade should be. That's only going to come with experience. Okay? Yeah, my option scan actually is producing. I mean, look at this, 521, 543 now, 766. Of course, this was awesome, 766. It got all the way up to 878. And this one is I almost wanted to discount this one. This is a buyout at 533. But even that though, 545, and it did hit 568. So definitely producing today, even in a choppy market that is moving down. All right. So let's take a trade. So again, I'm trying to get, if you're new to trading, the idea of you have to have a price where you're going to get out of a trade. It's, not all the trades are going to work. So the whole idea is money management. You don't want to blow up your account. So, there'll be two factors here. You'll have a price where you're going to get out, and that'll share size you. I'll explain that also. And that the other aspect is when you get into a trade, you should always be thinking, okay, if this trade doesn't work, how much is the maximum I want to lose on the trade? Look at PRQR, came right back up. It made my screen disappear. So what do I mean by that? I mean, if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. You'll blow up your account just like that. So let's just say your account can afford to lose, call it risk, $100 a trade. What that means is you get into a trade. If it doesn't work, the most you want to lose is $100 on the trade. You take your loss and you move on. Okay, Stephen, I'm just going to interrupt myself. Stephen was asking how to get my scans. So from my homepage, Stephen, homepage, which I'm putting in the link, go to the scan section, okay? And then you'll see my scans there. So let's take a trade, okay? Let's take a trade, and we'll put a stop in, see if anything makes sense. Okay, this is for demonstration purposes only, okay? Just trying to find something that might make a little sense, but it doesn't really matter. It's just for demonstration purposes only. All right, let's take this cost trade, okay? This is one of the wild and woolly ones. Let's just take the trade. What's the spread like? No, it's a bad spread. Okay, we don't want to do that. Look at RAT now, guys. I mean, I wish I'd got back in. I got a little distracted. I would have loved to have got back into that short that I took earlier. So I mean, and even rail. Look at rail now as a short. So before we start discounting the AI, I mean, it takes time sometimes for these things to set up. I mean, look at rail on a short. I'm just trying to find something that's maybe near. Again, this is just for demonstration purposes. Okay, how about this one? Settle down a little bit. Again, a bad spread for FRSX, or FSTX, a bad spread. Trying to find something with a decent spread, like a fairly tight one. Okay, guys, I'm just going to take this trade, okay? I mean, I can spend all day trying to find something, so I just want to show you how you can do it. I'm going to take the cost trade, 500 shares, took it at the market. The spread actually tightened up just a little bit when I got in. What I want to do here is, now, if I'm really in this trade, okay, this is again in the simulator. This would have been probably a stop area, 21.24, looking at that 2-minute chart. What I want to do though, because I want to try to make this math really easy, and we might get stopped out immediately. That's okay. This is just to demonstrate how you do it. I want to put the stop 20 cents away, okay, just to make this math super simple. I'm going to add the stop order. I'm going to put the stop at 21.74. And you'll notice it'll appear right on the chart, right down here. So you see that red line right up here. So if cost goes down to 21.74, it'll take me out. This is sort of a rounding error for $97, okay? What I've done here, why I picked 500 shares, or why I picked a 20-cent stop, just to try to make the math a little bit easy. Because what I said is, okay, I'm going to get into this trade. I only want to lose maximum $100. So with a 20-cent stop, this is how you share size, because you don't go into the trades, thinking, okay, I'm going to take 100 shares every trade, 200 shares every trade. You should be, first of all, you have to know before you get into the trade, you got to know where your stop is. So again, I put it 20 cents away just to make the math easy. That's not where the stop would really be, but let's pretend it was. So now, with a 20-cent stop, I divide 20 cents into $100, and that's how I get 500 shares. Okay, again, just trying to make the math easy. So, in theory, with 500 shares, with a 20-cent stop, I shouldn't, and if I obey my stop, I should lose no more than $100. Okay? Now, so if you're listening to me, and obviously this is starting to work. I mean, this screwed up again, I think. This is obviously starting to work. So at this point, I will just flatten this trade just to show you how you can get out of a trade. I'll just flatten the trade. Okay? And this max P&L is out of whack. There's no way it was $425, I don't think anyway. It's possible. I guess it is possible. But anyway, I just wanted to show you how you can get out of a trade. These are hotkeys. And look what happened with the OI. Remember, I put this conditional buy order if it hit a price, and it did. Now at this point, I don't have to stick in the trade. I'm going to flatten that trade also. So now I'm not in anything at this point. Yeah, so when you're in the trade, you just right click. Okay, I mean I'm not in a trade, but you would right click. I'll take a trade right now, okay, just to show you how. So let's just pretend I'm going to take this trade. I'm going to take IMMP, and now I can add the stop. Right click, add the stop order. Put it where you want. Okay? Put it where you want. So if I want to put 320, I just type in 320, add the stop order, and now it appears on the chart. Okay? I'm just going to get out of the trade. You can also put targets. I don't typically put targets, but you could have done the same thing. If I were still in this trade, you would see one of the options. It would say add target order. Okay? It's just a hotkey. I mean, you can go in selling if you want. You can pick the price and all that. This is just a hotkey though. Okay, that's all. You have your choice. Obviously, the selling down here, you could have done it the same way. You pick a price or you pick the market. I think but this is just a hotkey. Obviously, here too though, you can pick how many shares. Flatten gets you out of everything. This is half, gets you out of half, or double your position. All right, Eduardo, let me see. Show me how to scan the SPY stock, then fall from 3 months high, 30%. So I don't quite understand. Are you talking about the SPY itself or a stock in the S&P 500? I don't know why it wouldn't work. I mean, the position in the 3 months, like I'm not sure I understand then what would not be working. So the position in the 3 months range, which you say you're using. So I don't understand what you mean. If you put the position in the 3 month range, 30 to 50%, why is it not working? I may not be able to help you, Eduardo. You might have to go to our. I don't quite get what your why it's not working. So you may have to go to our homepage and ask that question. I mean, the position in the range. I mean, it should be working fine. So I don't understand. You'd have to give me a really specific example. Oh, say, okay, guys. So here's what I like to see. Distance from the exit price. I like to have these two columns. Now this might have been actually correct, because it did pop up immediately. But let's just pretend, this is correct. This max P&L. So what I like to see, why I like to have these columns, this is showing me how good my exits are. Now listen, I only took this cost just to demonstrate how to do it. Would I've got out normally? No. Okay. But because this is telling me that from my exit, I had a horrible exit. Okay. It's $2.44 above where I exited. So that's a horrible exit. All right. Whereas, this one, the GIGM, it's $1.03 under where I exited. So that's a good exit. So this can kind of show you, how good are your exits. When I got out of the stock, the maximum when I was still in the stock, it appears I could have made 425. When I actually exited, I made 195. Okay? So this is kind of a nice little gauge for you to show you, okay, how good are my exits? Practice, practice, practice. So obviously, GME and costs are trying to storm back here. How much further this one goes, I don't know. The high yesterday was, around 167 or so? Yeah, 167. All right, guys. Let me see if there's anything else happening. Interesting day. I mean, look at the move we had when the market opened for the SPY, but now it's been an hour down. No idea, Shanvi. I mean, that is a all sorts of stuff floating around, of course, about GME. I really don't. I only bring it up every now and then because I get asked to. But other than that, you guys are on your own, trying to figure out what is going to happen, what might happen, and of course, yeah, the cost is moving exactly with GME. Boy, look at this one. CRTD on the way down here. CRTD. Yeah, but then you get the people looking at the all of the so-called billions of shares that are secretly short. Okay, I mean that's what this whole thing is about for GME. So theoretically, that would be bullish. Okay. These are turning really ugly now. The TCATs, the DLPNs, the W keys, they're turning very ugly. So, Eduardo, just for fun, I mean, I'm looking at the position in the 3 month range just as a visual, okay, for CTAS, and I don't see why it says it's only 12%. I mean, I'm looking at a visual right here, position in the 3 month range. The fact that it's red means it's under 50%. Okay, so I don't know why you're showing it only down 12%. I don't trade OTCs, so that's just my rule I've got. There are people that trade OTCs and do very well. I just don't trade OTCs, but that's just my opinion, obviously. Yeah, you know what? Your best bet is to do a cloud link for that scan, Eduardo, and send it off. Okay, somebody can take a look at it. I don't know how to answer you. I can just see what I see here. The position in 3 month range is way down here, so I must not be understanding you. Okay, so now Dow is getting thumped again. SPY is moved down. Remember, Nas was mildly positive at the beginning. Look at the Qs, what the Qs are doing. Remember this little move we saw here looked pretty good, but now look at this. So there's now no disconnect. There's no disconnect now between Nas and the Dow like we've had with the bonds and all. So overall market is just getting kind of thumped But let's put it in some kind of perspective. Let's take a look at the SPY and, look at it on the weekly chart. I mean, look, we've had 2 down weeks, yes, but I mean, we're still, I wouldn't call this, I mean, we may, obviously if we take this area out down here and continues down, then we might have something. But right now, yeah, I mean, it doesn't look good, but we all know the resiliency of this market. All right, guys, what time is it? 11:08. Boy, this looks ugly, this EVFM. I mean, it's down 24%, lots of volume, almost 6 times normal. Basically an all-time low. I mean, it hit down here in the pre-market, down to 173. That would be, but the all-time lows don't count pre-market, but I mean, this is basically an all-time low for EVFM. I'm just looking to see, they must have had some news, but it's already been beaten up. Here's an interesting one, the gap down and go, guys. Interesting because it's just below the whole number, 21. And when you look left, what do we see here? A little bit of room, yeah. 2042, that's maybe too close, but if it can take that out, look out below for AMTX at 2042 right there. That's the next low looking left on the daily chart. After that, you're looking down 1874. That's $2 away. And that's the AMTX. It is really sliding here. Offering, thank you, Michelle. Okay. So remember at the beginning of the day, we had a lot of the gap up and we had a lot of blue. Gap down and reverse, gap down and reverse. Probably not too many gap up and goes. This was a gap up and go, but now look what's happening with the market doing what it's doing. We're seeing gap down and goes. So these are stocks that gap down, and now they're continuing down. Yeah, I mean, that is an issue, isn't it? I mean, it seems crazy that with that tanker, I read somewhere $100 million an hour is costing the world or something like that. But yeah, shipping delays, not just for crude, but just for, for everything. Excuse me. You know, they were hoping maybe in a couple of days, but yeah, it seems like they're dreaming. You know, you sort of look at a like a news release like that. I mean, this happened a couple of days ago, right? I sort of saw. I said, "Oh yeah, big deal, oil prices, etc." But then the ramifications, just because I mean, what did they say? The Suez, something like 30 or 25 or 30% of shipping goes through there for Europe and Asia, something like that. Some crazy, crazy number. I'm like, wow, okay. Not according to us, Casa. It's not loading in IB. Is that the right? Is that definitely the right symbol? MSDA. Because that symbol is not loading into IB either. Then it's not open. Ah, you know what it is? It's MSDAU. You forgot the U. But I don't care. Sorry. These SPACs have gotten out of control. Well, yeah, I mean, it's just got out of control. Completely out of control. All right, guys, at 11:16. Okay, so another half an hour or so before I do take a break. Yeah, Joe, it is. You would need our premium service though. Okay, yeah. So all you do is this. You watch that video, of course, but all you do is this. So create your alert window that you want to check it on, and then make sure you load it to the cloud, save it to the cloud. And once you've done that, go to the Strategies tab, and then File, Load from Cloud. And then you find your strategy. Click on it. Let's just say, I'll do this one. Load it. Okay, and add. And so now that'll be right here. Okay. So I'm going to delete this. So let's just say, so now your strategy is here. Now what you have to do, you have to go into the strategy and tell it, well, how do you want to trade it? So that's where you go to edit trading strategy. And, now you can, plan your entry time, exit time, if that's what you want to do. Watch the video. I mean, the video will help you also. your order details. What are you going to do? Fixed dollars, share size, based on a stop, risk management. This is the important one right there, the limit offset, okay? Make sure you understand what the limit offset is if you don't understand. And this is for anybody else, of course. The limit offset is, so even though you're auto trading, because I'm assuming that's what you want to try to do. Even though you're auto trading, notice I've got minus 15 cents here, okay? So you might get an alert at 334. And even though you're auto trading it, the stock might be moving really quickly. So you may not be able to get that, even in auto trade mode, maybe to say 340, just as an example. So that's 6 cents away from the actual alert price. So if you put an offset in of say 2 cents, I don't want to, well then you may not get filled. Sorry, just a minute, please. So if you put an offset of say 2 or 3 cents, you may not get many fills, okay? Just so you understand that concept. So what offset you're going to use, that'll be up to you. I'm putting 15 cents. That means I'll probably get a fill virtually every time. Typically, it never goes that, depending on the price of the stock, of course. Typically, it never gets that high. But anyway, that'll be up to you. Okay, and then of course risk management and hold time. You can go through all of this. Yeah, the video is here. Okay, there's the video. It's called B Plus Connections, and it shows you how you can do all that. Then the next step is to turn it on. Okay, so once you've decided how you want to trade it, you've loaded it in, and then the next step is to turn it on. See, it says strategy disabled. Now I've turned it on. Okay, and you have to do that every day. Once you do that, then you can see how well it worked. All right, guys, we have another mover, along with the GME, of course, the AMC, kind of going in tandem right now. Now, the next high looking left for AMC is 1121, so that's, getting close. Am I watching that? Not really, no. I don't trade, as you know, I don't really trade the IPOs the day of. All right, guys. I'm just kind of looking at a couple of thumbnail charts I've got. There, gap down and go for ZDGE. So look at what sort of room does this one have? We're getting close to the whole number. Underneath that, though, 1042. This is just being slammed here. Well, got to say, guys, you have to look at it. I mean, GME, very good resiliency here. This looked pretty bleak. It almost hit $100 after hours yesterday. But this is just tremendous, tremendous run. Has to be watched. All right, Sana. I haven't seen this one for a while. Sana Biotechnology, Sana. Look at these bottoming tails on that 15-minute chart. I mean, the sellers are trying like mad to knock this down, but the buyers are trying the reverse, trying to keep it propped a bit. Yeah, that PRTA has been alerting many, many times. Different levels. William, well, I don't have to tell you. Obviously, be careful on the GME. This is just having a monster day now. It took out yesterday's high like nothing. And EXPR. I mean, it's again what the Wall Street bet stuff is starting to come back. We cannot dismiss it today anyway. All right, guys, this could be setting up for another run. The PRQR holding over 8 pretty nicely. What did it hit 8.95, almost $9. Could be setting up for another little run. Of course, if it breaks down, I'm going to stick an alert at 787. If it takes that out, that might start it to fall again. So you're going to bracket the price alerts, 816 and 790, 780. So this actually might be starting to move down. Just bracketing the price alerts for the PRQR. You know, that was like a $10 drop just like that for GME. I don't think it's changed, so I just want to take a look also real. Ah, so you're back to the daily volume. So you've got rid of the Bollinger Band too. You've got rid of the fact that it has to be 160% above the Bollinger Band. Any particular reason? So this is your new version. So couple of big differences. You've eliminated the Bollinger Band, and you've now got this daily volume of 300,000 shares instead of the minimum of 200,000. Interesting. Trying to see how different that will be. Obviously, you'll get more alerts without having the Bollinger Band in there. He's got it up. He's got it here, right above. Okay, JB, right above you. Right there. That's the link. How do you create a sound alert in your momentum scan? Is it a multi-strategy, Mark, is it a multi-strategy window? Does it have an M in the top left-hand corner? Or is it just a simple alert window? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Regardless of what it is, just right click on the window, go to properties, click on actions. Okay, doesn't matter, even if it's an alert window, it's the same thing. Just right click on the window, go to properties, actions, and then just start following this. You know, click the play sound, set up the sound. You can have one text to speech, okay? One of the windows, if you want, you can go text to speech. The reason I say only one, you don't want to have more than one because you won't know what window to look at. Whole idea of the sound alerts, of course, is to put a different sound alert for the different windows. So when you hear a sound alert, you know exactly which window to look at. So you can do one of them, text to speech, and then we have this use custom sound here. Select. We have 3 folders here. Each folder has some sound alerts in them. You can highlight one of them, open it, play it. If you like it, then you say okay a couple of times, and then that will attach itself, that sound will attach itself to that window. Okay? Just give me a moment, please, guys. I have to change my headset. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys, I'm back. Listen, I have to take off for about 5 minutes. Okay, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. So let me just put that announcement in there. Okay, we'll see you in about 5 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. So, Real, if you can hear me, I'm just curious why you got rid of the Bollinger Band aspect of your scan. I mean, it's obviously going to give us more alerts. I was just wondering why you got rid of the Bollinger Band aspect of it. All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching a few things on my thumbnail charts. Okay, well, this actually, so PRQR actually popped up through, too late, sugar. Popped up right through my alert and just kept, wow, way too late. I mean, I had the alert, but it just, look at the explosion. Remember I had it bracketed? I had PRQR bracketed. And look at the explosion it had. I mean, the alert was fine, but it just moved too quickly. I'm surprised. I wonder if this is going to get halted. Yeah, it just got halted. So Lily, I mean, to me, it looked like it had halt all over it, and it just got halted. I'm not looking at a zone or anything like that, but you just look. I mean, something moves from 789 to 875 in about, I don't know, 10 seconds. You can almost guarantee it's going to get halted. Doggone it. I had that alert, price alert, but it just, that's the thing though. I mean, it tore through that like nothing. No way I could have got it. Even if I tried to auto trade it, I would have had to put about a 20-cent offset, which I probably wouldn't have done. So Yeah, so if it's a 5 minute halt, 11:41. Let's see, 11:41. What time is it now? 11:41. So if it is a 5 minute halt, it will be 11:45 and 4 seconds. So just a little after 11. I'm sorry, 11:46. So we have a little over 2 minutes before this gets unhalted, if it is a 5 minute halt. And now it is stacking up right now. Nothing shaking really. The halt is at 872. I see 875, 875 on the bid ask. So no, that can change, of course. It's not 100% that that's where it's going to open, but now the high today, what was it? The high was 888 or so. Yeah, I just see 875 still. 875, 875, or 874 right now. 874. This is what we're talking about. In case you don't know what we're talking about, this is the time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This is what it's stacking up to be right now. You know, so if it is a 5 minute halt, it will open at 11:40, like 4 seconds after. In fact, well, let's just see. Let's just see what happens. I mean, this is not, ironclad. But we're getting close to the open. Let me bring this up and see if this does open at, let's see, in 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1, open. Yes, so it opened right on time. And yeah, look at that, 9:10. So Max, are you talking about, say, exporting to a Excel file or something like that? Pretty simple. If you want the symbols, just the symbols, just highlight the symbols. Okay. Well, first of all, can you see me? Not see me, but can you? So you can hear me. Okay. So all you have to do, if you just want the symbols, you just highlight them. Left click, drag it down, and then copy. Copy the symbols, Control C. So now they're copied, and then just paste them in to Excel. Control V to paste them in. So that's pretty simple. If you wanted everything, if you wanted more than just the symbols, well, let me ask you before I do it. Do you want more than the symbols, or do you want just the symbols? Of course, you could do this. Obviously, you could just do this. So highlight what you want, copy it, Control C, copy it, and then just paste it into Excel. Okay, so it's just like most, highlight what you want and then just copy it. So if I do that, Control copy, open up Excel as an example, and paste it in. And why didn't that work? Just a minute. Yeah, so there it did. So I copied this, okay? And so here they came in here. Okay? You could also, if you wanted to do the entire contents, you could right click, save contents, and then just send them to the Excel file from here. Well, you're not sending it, but you save the contents and then you paste it in. Okay, so you could do it that way also, or pick and choose what you want. If you're talking to me, Merkel, I don't pay attention to any of those. So if you're talking to me, I don't know if you're talking to me. All right, guys, I can see who's on today. Okay. Well, it's supposed to be Jamie, but he's having intermittent internet outages, so, Okay, guys, so it is now 11:50, so in about 5 to 10 minutes I'll be taking a break, and Jamie will be taking over the YouTube room. I'm going to pop that link in if you want to go over there. But as he said, he's having some internet problems. So if unfortunately, what that might happen is that the room might accidentally get shut down. Not this room. Not this room, the main room. Not this room, but the other one. We'll have to see. Macy's is it's coming back. See if it takes out that high right there. So this is a gap down and reverse for SGFY, actually an earnings play. Probably its first earnings play. Looks like there was an IPO back here. Okay, so this is probably its first earnings play. March 24th post-market, little reaction, but now starting to move. I bet you the spread is awful. It's not great. Yeah, we're talking about the same one, SGFY. It's a little scary because of the spread. It's about a 20-25 cent spread right now. It's tightening up a bit. Wow, this is really, this is really accelerating here. So, it might turn into a short at some point, but let's take a look here. High looking left was 25.89, so it's way above that. Next high looking left, 27.73. So it's got a ways to go on the daily chart anyway. I'm not, at some point this will turn into a great short, I guess, but spread is, yeah, it's terrible. 26.16, 26.48. I mean, that spread is just, it's untradeable right now. Now, listen, at some point this will probably look awesome, but the spread is really, really tough for me anyway to deal with this SGFY. 69.95 right now. Now, if it drops $3, that spread won't matter. Well, take a look at GME. I mean, AMC is going to be following GME, so look at GME. There's has a huge candle now. I'm sure cost is doing the same thing. You gotta follow the leader. This is an earnings play. So SGFY is an earnings play. Spread is tightening a little bit, 67.83 now. Well, okay, this one maybe was a quick short, the PRQR, but still super strong. Now 943, the next high looking left, way back here. Well, not way back, it's last year, but a little over a year ago. PRQR. Boy, AMRS has just had a nice reversal over the whole number now. Next high looking left is 2141. So, okay, AIDA, there are only two options with the charts, okay? If you right click on a chart, properties, symbol linking. So it's either going to be checked or it's not going to be checked. So I've got this one checked. So that's why when I click on an alert, all these time frames change to RAD, okay, to the alert, because I've got symbol linking checked. The SPY, symbol linking is unchecked. Okay, so that's the reason. Meanwhile, speaking of the SPY is putting in a nice move here. A great move. Okay, that makes sense? AIDA, answering your question in the YouTube room. Okay, Jamie, I'm going to stop.